That says so much about this community. The people in this Worcester community that support this track and the local athletes as well. But also thanks to the International Luge Federation, all the coaches, officials, volunteers, track crew, climbing crew.
Snowboard's close to the bottom. I'm gonna hop in Venice so it's in position.
Sure, give me the counter pin, I'll do the grip, right?
You're looking down at Whistler Village, which was the site of the 2010 Winter Olympic Games. Just a short 2-hour drive from Vancouver on the Sea to Sky Highway, and you've arrived at your bucket list destination. We're here for the second stop on the FIL EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup in this world-famous ski resort that contains multiple mountains for skiing in Whistler Mountain and Blackcomb. There's a peak-to-peak gondola linking 16 alpine bowls, 3 glaciers, more than 200 runs, and over 8,000 acres of skiable terrain on a single trail map. The Whistler Village has all the restaurants and shops you could think of. Hey guys, I'm Kate Hansen, a 2014 Winter Olympian from Sochi, and we are here on the second stop of the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup Tour. We're here starting in Whistler, and we've got the village right behind us, but over here is the Olympic Medals Plaza. And get this, they had over 200 medal ceremonies here during the Olympics. It's insane. Now we're gonna walk through this village. We're gonna take a cute look at this place because it's stunning and it's incredible. But before they do that, you need to know that the FIL started their opening weekend last week in Innsbruck, Austria. Here's a look at how it all went down.
A brand new season on the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup opening this year, as it does so many seasons outside of Innsbruck, Austria, at the great track in Eagles. It was a memorable weekend for the home country of Austria. This is men's doubles, and the team of 2 former singles sliders, Yannick Müller and Armin Frausche, took the lead, moving up from 7th place. Now in second after the first run, a young Austrian team, Gott and Schoff, looking for their first ever World Cup victory. They needed to be perfect. They were perfect. As they crossed the finish line, 800ths ahead of their teammates. It was Austria 1 and 2, Germany 3 and 4, but 1 sled remained. The Olympic bronze medalists and several-time World Cup winners, Stoy and Kola, dominated the World Cup the last time it was held here on their home track. Stoy has come back from several injuries, and they are certainly among the best in the world week in and week out, but this was week out of sorts as they fell behind Gott and Schoffs. All the same, there was plenty to cheer about in Innsbruck as Austria swept the podium 1, 2, and 3. Moving on now to the men's singles competition, and if you think 1, 2, 3 is good, how about 1, 2, 3, 4? That was the situation with Wolfi Kindl leading the way. Kindl, a 2-time world champion back in 2017 on this track. Hot off an Olympic bronze medal in his last international race. Kindl crosses, holding up the number 1 as he led the way. Then it was Jonas Müller. Müller, also a World Cup winner on this home track of his several seasons ago. Big crowd on hand to celebrate out of the Kreisel. And then when he negotiated through 8 and 9 and down to the lower labyrinth and across the finish, it was not enough as Müller falls just behind Wolfgang Kindl. Austria guaranteed the podium at this point, but who would be the winner? Nico Gleicher. He's played second fiddle to his brother, the Olympic champion David Gleicher, but Nico did win a World Cup race 2 seasons ago. He was solid all last year. Could he make his way to the top of the podium? Yes, he does. 139.283 in front of his brother, in front of his parents, Gerhard and Sabine, cheering in the stands. and Wolfgang Kindl on the podium will hold up 4 fingers to represent a 1, 2, 3, 4 Austria domination. Now, in its second season in the World Cup, it's women's doubles. First year that the women's doubles are competing alongside their counterparts, the men and the singles competition at the main World Cup site. Here are the Italians, Andi Vetter and Marianne Oberhofer, both standout singles athletes trying out doubles this year and doing quite well. Now here's an experienced doubles team, the defending world champions, Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Jessica Degenhardt, a former junior world champion, Rosenthal, a former podium winner in singles, and they have been the team to beat heading into this season and certainly all of last year. But they would be beaten this year because the home cooking continued for Austria. Selina Egler and Lara Kipp. They led after the first run. They ended up putting down the fastest time in both heats. Selina Egler, another singles/doubles competitor, wins her first ever World Cup race alongside Lara Kipp. A look at those results while the Britcher Sweeney team and Stramatraru of Romania also represent singles athletes that are doing double duty this year. Speaking of Sweeney, Emily Sweeney of the United States in the first women's singles race, AN, meaning after Natalie. Natalie Geisenberger, the greatest of all time, is at least taking this year off. She was on hand to watch the action, and in the sunshine, the American is in the lead with 2 remaining. They are 2 formidable athletes who have won most of the races not captured by Geisenberger over the last couple of years. Julia Tobitz, a world champion, a World Cup overall champion, always fast in the lower part of the track, but not quite fast enough as she's picked off by the American in the final few meters of this track. Now, we've all seen Madeleine Egler come on over the last several years. The tall Austrian with the fast starts has been putting on muscle. She's been adding speed. Add to that a home track where she was clearly unbeatable all weekend long. Madeleine Egler, who just missed out in the World Cup overall last season, starts this new year on a high note as she wins Austria, USA, Germany, leading the way and making up most of the top 10. Also taking place in the opening World Cup race were the sprint competitions, and the winning streak continued as, for the first time ever, Mueller and Frauscher captured the doubles. Selina and Lara make it a double header in women's doubles as they win for the second time this weekend. In the men's singles, it wasn't a sweep, but it was Nico Gleische winning again ahead of the world champion Kindl. And finally, in the sprint women's singles, that title goes to Madeleine Egler, again taking it over Sweeney and Tobitz. If you've been doing the math, 8 races, 8 gold medals for the home country of Austria.
Athletes love coming to Whistler. It's one of the most popular destinations on the circuit. I mean, you can see why. We're in the village, there's so many restaurants, there's so many shops, and they even know that there's a big race happening this weekend. We're seeing a lot of luge love, letting people know that there's an event going on this weekend. Now, we asked some of the athletes, what is it like to be back in Whistler, and here's what they said. Beautiful and incredible here, but you need to know the news of the season is that the FIL has rolled out a brand new discipline, women's doubles luge. The women finally have a seat at the table, and these women have been training for years, just waiting on the edge of their seat to see if it was going to make it into the 2026 Milan Cortina Games, and luckily for them, it is. We asked a lot of the athletes and coaches how they felt about it, and they're stoked.
Well, I tell you, it's really, after watching the first race in Innsbruck, it's nice to see everyone stepping up to the plate, and it's a legitimate discipline, and it's good to see. It's really good to see.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It was something new, and we try it, and then we will see how it's going.
I think it's very nice for the girls also to make this discipline, and it's a nice, very good event, and yeah, it's good for our sport.
I think so. I think we're seeing like gender equality being pushed across so many different sports, and I'm glad that Luge has also joined that kind of coalition.
It's amazing. It's more like a team sport, and that's very cool for us girls because it's an opportunity to have.
Yes, this is a new discipline in this season, new Olympic discipline. It's very nice, very well. I hope so. Good continue with Milano Cortina in 2026.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great opportunity also for the ladies to try out doubles, and as we've seen so far, they're doing quite well.
Always, I like it's some new sports.
This is Kevin. I'm changing the camera battery on the studio camera. Don't freak out.
Fun.
Oh, it's fantastic, man. It's awesome to have some more women on the circuit, for one, and just another discipline in general. Just, you know, expands the sport, hopefully.
I was talking to a few of the athletes once we came to Whistler, and they were talking about how it's so nice to be back in Whistler. Because of COVID, the athletes haven't been able to come to North America. In fact, the last race that was here, I believe, was November of 2019. And some of the athletes that you're going to see this weekend, this is their first time at the track. Now, to give a little bit more info of what happened back in 2019, here's some highlights from the last World Cup that was here.
Action from the always exciting Whistler track. This was the last World Cup held here in December of 2019. Doubles competition, the young Russians, Kashkin and Korshunov, were in the top 5 after the first run and did even better in run number 2 as they slid themselves into first place. Would it hold on for a Russian victory? Well, as always, the Germans had something to say about it. And here are Tony Egert and Sasha Bennigan. The defending World Cup champs were just 7 thousandths of a second behind their German countrymates after run number 1, and they sent a huge message with a track record here in run number 2 as they took over the lead, stood down at the bottom, and watched as their teammates and greatest rivals, the Tobys, headed down the track. Vendel and Alt, now 3-time Olympic champions, but this would not be their day. Egert and Bennigan had such a great track record run, and the Tobys did well, but not well enough. They crossed the finish line in second place, 600ths of a second behind, as Tony Egert and Sasha Bennigan capture the World Cup in Whistler on their way to winning another World Cup overall title. Moving now to the women's singles competition, and here's Victoria Demchenko. Always exciting to watch as this Russian has been on the podium many times, even has a World Cup victory, but has also been known to crash on more than one occasion. But this was a good day for Demchenko as she moved all the way up from 8th place and into the lead with several sleds remaining in run number 2. Moving forward now to the German, Anna Bierreiter. The Bavarian in just her second year on the World Cup. She looked smooth as ever as Coach Norbert Locke brought a couple of young athletes to Whistler in 2019. Bierreiter and Cheyenne Rosenthal, both in just their second year, their first full season, and Bierreiter ensures herself a podium position with one sled remaining. And that sled ridden by Tatiana Ivanova. Ivanova, 2014 Olympic silver medalist in team relay and winner of 16 World Cup races throughout her long career. The Russian would go on to win bronze at the 2022 Winter Olympic Games, but on this day in Whistler, she did better with a gold medal and a World Cup victory. It was Russia and Germany dominating the leaderboard for the women. Moving on finally to the men's competition in this final 2019 World Cup before the Christmas break. Dominic Fischnaller, always steady, always smooth, had a disappointing run number 1 back in 7th place. But the Sioux Tyrolean was near perfect in run number 2 as he crashes down across the finish without crashing, 0.2 of a second ahead of Reini Eger of Austria. 2 now left to come. And here is Felix Locke, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, just a few months removed from his heartbreaking finish at the 2018 Olympic Games. He had another bit of a heartbreak down there at the finish, but he had enough speed going as Locke takes the lead. Would Germany capture gold here in Whistler? Well, this Russian had something to say about it. The 2-time world champion, Roman Rapilov, a former junior world champion, a World Cup overall winners in his still young career. Rapilov wins his first race of the 2019-2020 season, 139.713. It was a leaderboard filled with many different nations, Russia winning 2 out of the 3 races.
So as you can see in the heart of Whistler Village, so many restaurants, so many shops, a lot of après-ski. If you know what I'm talking about, we're at here at the base of this mountain. This mountain is incredible to ski, some of the best vertical in North America. So if you haven't been here, you got to make the trek out here. Now, one of my favorite parts of this village is this gondola right here. Head straight to Whistler Sliding Center. If you don't know about this track, you should know. It's one of the fastest in the world, so fast that I actually broke my back here one time many years ago. Also why I'm in front of the camera now instead of on a sled. But if you want to know more about it, we have a brand new segment with this studio show called Tracks of the World. And someone to tell you a little bit more about it, he's more qualified than I am to tell you about it. It's 2018 silver medalist Chris Masder.
Welcome to Whistler, Canada, home of the 2010 Winter Olympic track and one of the fastest luge tracks in all of the world. To make it to the bottom with a winning time, you need a really strong start to carry you through the flat upper sections of the track and perfect aerodynamic position to cut through the air when you're going 80 miles per hour. The key to this track is the 11-12-13 combination. And when we first came here, Curve 13 was known as 50-50 because only half of the athletes were making it through. Once you're through that section, it feels like you're being shot out of a cannon, and you have Curve 16 Thunderbird to catch you. When you make it into this curve right, it feels like you're banking really hard in a jet, but done wrong, it feels like you're hitting a wall. When you make it to the bottom with really clean lines, this track is so much fun.
Thank you so much for that, Chris. Love all the info about this track. But everybody, welcome to our FIL Studio Live. We're here at the finish at the Whistler Sliding Center. And as you can see, it's an incredible day. I mean, this is an iconic day to come watch the sport. It's great for spectators. However, snow kind of is a curveball for some of these athletes that are going to be sliding down. It changes track conditions. I know they've tried to keep the shades down on the track, but it always just... we never know how it goes with snow. But with the races this weekend, there was a lot of fun sliding yesterday. If you missed the men's race, it was tight racing. Felix Locke pulled out his 50th win ever. It was incredible. So happy for him. Here are your highlights.
The EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup moved to North America and Whistler, Canada. The men's singles competition, Dominic Fischnaller, fresh off of his bronze medal at last winter's Olympic Games. He was in 3rd place after run number 1, and the Italian negotiates his way down the track. He rarely makes mistakes, and he didn't make any today, as he would cross the finish line into the lead with 2 sleds remaining. It was a clean run, it was a fast run, but would it be fast enough? Wolfi Kindl of Austria, the Olympic silver medalist who has won on this track in the past, was looking for his 11th career World Cup victory. Kindl generally finds his speed down at the bottom of the track, and he did it again today. He was 100th up at the second to last split, but as he crossed around the finish curve, the Austrian bangs across, but in the lead with one remaining. Austria won all of the races the week before on their home track. Could they keep the winning streak alive? Well, the two-time Olympic gold medalist from Germany, Felix Luge, would have something to say about it. Felix was in search of an historical 50th career World Cup win. He had a good lead after the first run, and he opened it up here in run number 2. The Bavarian captures his first race of the season and the 50th World Cup win of his career. It was Latvia and USA rounding out the top 5, but the podium belonged to 3 Olympic medalists.
Luge World Cup here in Whistler.
Here in Whistler, the men's race is always intense, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see the doubles go down today. But Chris, are you in the booth? What's our weather? What's happening today?
I can't see the weather, but I walked the bottom of the track this morning, and despite the heavy snowfall that we had last night, the track crew did an amazing job. The track looks amazing. I don't know how they did it, but the ice is hard, it is clean, and snow didn't really get into the track. Now that the shades have been lifted, however, we're going to see if the snow gets into there. It's going to be a really fast track.
It does. It looks like it from here. I know the snow kind of sends mixed messages, but the track crew really is incredible. I want to know, Chris, what are your predictions on today? What are you thinking?
I mean, predictions for today. You saw an Austrian sweep last week. They're not on their home track, so I think some of those teams don't have a lot of experience here, so it's all about consistency. On a double sled, it is extremely fast, so the teams that maintain position are confident with their sliding ability. They're going to succeed. I think this is going to come down to a little bit of experience, in my opinion.
All right, we'll have to see today. But again, we had other races happen yesterday. If you missed them, our women's race also was tight. Austria came out again on top. They had an incredible opening weekend in Eagles, Austria. Here are those highlights from yesterday.
Western Canada, the Whistler Sliding Center, the site for the second race this season on the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup. Women's singles, the defending world champion Julia Tobitz, the Thuringian, who is always fast down at the bottom part of this track, trying to come back from a rather disappointing Olympic Games. And Tobitz makes her way down. She was in 3rd place after the first run, and she crosses in the lead with 2 remaining. Tobitz guarantees a podium spot for Germany. They held the top 3 spots with 2 remaining. The World Cup leader, Madeleine Egler of Austria. She won both races on her home track the weekend before. Egler has captured 7 World Cup victories, all in the last couple of seasons. She also had 1 disappointing run at the Olympic Games. Other than that, she was as fast as anyone. And that was the case again today as she bangs across the finish as she hits the finish line, but she had the lead with just 1 remaining. This was the story of the day. Mer Frebel of Germany in her first World Cup trip ever to North America. Coach Oberblock likes to bring young athletes across the pond for World Cup experience. It paid off in 2019 as Bierreiter and Rosenthal captured World Cup podiums. Would Frebel continue the tradition? She doesn't hold on to the lead, but she hangs on to the podium. A sensational debut effort for this German, but the victory goes to Madeleine Egler. She is 3 for 3 in this young season. Germany holds down the next 4 spots and smiles across the way in the leaderboard. Naturally, with the victory, Egler continues to lead the World Cup with 200 points over Tobitz and American Emily Sweeney, who had 2 second-place finishes the weekend before. And in the World Cup overall, Egler, as I mentioned, 3 for 3 as she takes a big lead into the race in Park City.
Incredible racing this weekend. This is the second stop on the EBERSPÄCHER World Cup Tour. It's going to be so much fun today. This is our second and last day of racing for the weekend. And today's a little different. It's our doubles competition, but they're combining the men's race and the women's race. This is the second time only that women have been on the Senior World Cup Tour. Chris, how excited are you about women's doubles?
I love new things because it all comes down to preparation, right? This is a brand new program. Athletes are coming together for the first time. A lot of men's doubles athletes take years to make it to the World Cup level. And these athletes are being thrown together sometimes this year and trying to figure out under these hard conditions. It's really exciting, and it's really pushing our sport forward.
Well, it's something needed in the sport. A lot of people are excited about it, and we're excited about today. So everybody, you're going to have to switch over to the other feed so you can see the live results from this World Cup. Everybody get ready, grab a coffee, grab a snack, whatever you need, because we're going to have a lot of racing today. People are vying for that overall cup and to get some medals today. So everybody switch on over, and we'll see you on the live feed. Thanks for joining us today. So much tight racing here at the Whistler Slider Center. You can see some of our results just right behind us. The men's race was so fun. Germany leading, and then the women's race right here is also going to be tight coming up. So it's a little different format. We're running the men's race and the women's race together, which is kind of fun because we see the whole thing. But before we get into all of it, we have a very special guest. I almost want to say Royal Highness a little bit. You hold such a high position. Thomas Schwab, he's over German bobsled, skeleton, and luge. How does someone even do all of those jobs at once?
I have a big office and I have CEO partners that helps me, and also the head coaches in each discipline, and that works.
Wow. And you used to compete. Tell us a little bit about your career and moving into this position.
I'm the whole life in this sport. Really, the whole life. First as an athlete till 89. Then I started a career as coach, luge coach, junior.
Well, you just went over your athletic career so fast, an Olympic medalist. You had so many medals within your career. Tell us a little bit about winning that Olympic medal, what that felt like for you as an athlete.
Yeah, this is... I have a great team in this time where I was the German coach, and we won. My team won so many medals, and we have so exciting athletes in this team, in the women's doubles and men's. And the big challenge is if you have in a team so many parts of winning. This is complicated to handle that. Each of them will win a race, and the big thing is you have to handle that and have a good atmosphere in your team. This is the secure of this success.
It's the secret to finding all the medals, which I think can be really hard to do sometimes for teams, right? Like a cohesiveness, make sure everyone gets along and they can compete well together. So to do that as a coach is congratulations on all your success as a coach. So now, as you're over luge, how do you, and bobsled and skeleton, but since we're here at a luge race, we'll talk just about luge for a second. How do you prepare the German program going into a season?
I prepare the frame for all the teams to get the money or earn the money for our teams and make sure that everything is okay for the head coaches, and the head coaches are planning the details of the season and the nominations for the teams. That's a different part. My part is to talk with the German government and looks.
You're the in-between guy.
Support from the German government, yes.
Well, for how successful the German program is, your job is quite a large one. You guys have such dominance in the sport of luge. Why do you think Germany is so successful in all of the sliding sports? Without sharing secrets, of course. You can tell me them later.
Yeah. No, I think a big advantage is to have all sport in one federation. For example, Andre Lange, is a hero in bobsleigh. He slid before luge many years. He was not so 100% successful, and then he moved with this experience to bobsleigh, and he changed. The change for him was. He was 18 years old. He was a young bobsledder, but with a lot of experience from luge, and that was the big advantage for him. And good, you have to be strong. You have to bring with you a strong athletic. He bring that, and then he was absolutely successful in this sport. And this is the good thing. Some of our athletes moving from this sport to this sport, and some of them are very successful with these changes.
I'm really glad you brought this up, actually, because it's a part of the German program that you said that's very special to you guys, because a lot of federations, if someone leaves one sport, then they're not connected to the other sports. Now, I know luge is kind of the original. Everyone starts younger. What's the average age for a German athlete to start in luge?
7 years, around 6-7 years. It's getting earlier and earlier year by year, but that's the age right now to start a luge career.
That and bobsled, when do they usually start?
In bobsleigh with 15, 16. Yeah. And in best case, you have some years behind of a luge sled.
Yeah.
That's the best.
I think that's a really good point, because a lot of these luge athletes will start so young, and it takes so much time to learn how to drive these sleds. And I just think you said that really well. When you start in luge, you learn how to drive, and then you can move on to these other sports, which is exactly why you have a hard job, because you're managing so many athletes and so many people. So that's incredible. Now, really quick, we see a new marketing for luge. Tell us a little bit about that. Did you have a play in that?
Yes, we did a big change after the Olympic Games with our marketing concept in FIL. So we have now one sponsor part more. We have before 4 main partners. Now we have 5, and we have a new set design here with a new World Cup logo. And I think it's very clear. It's very fresh, and I think this is a new view of our sport.
I love it. I do think it looks really great. You can see it on our program. You can see it when you see the timing on the screen. So thank you for all of your creativity in that. It's been really fun. Well, anything you'd like to share to all of the German and European fans watching back home?
That's right. Yes, this is the right channel. Yeah.
You found the right channel. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for spending time with us and talking. We'll probably have you on here a few more times. You're a wealth of knowledge. So we appreciate everything you do for the sport of luge.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye, Thomas. Well, everybody, it's been a fun day so far. We've only had one run down. We have the next one coming up. If you missed the first one, I believe I just got word that we may have highlights coming at you if you haven't seen it. Here they are.
Is that what he said? Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
4, eh?
Yeah. And Justin Smith, their farewell run to the Whistler Sliding Centre, and indeed, the sport of luge Walker Smith, 4 times. These guys have slid so much on this track. So it's great to see them back on this track, and you know what? I reckon looking at that forerun, they can probably do the race really well today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your Thanks, everybody. Huh? No, not at all. Not at all. And then I remember you don't have to drag here, so I can relax throughout the day. Well done. At least someone in this could have done this too. Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, push the control button, please. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, boys.
That was the retirement run of Tristan and Justin. They've had so many incredible years here in Whistler. So fun to watch them, and what an honor for their retirement to be a part of our World Cup Luge program. Now, guys in the booth, are you there? Can you hear me? What did you guys think about that first run? Also, what did you think about, well, I think Tristan, I think you're there. How did that feel?
So, okay, it's just me. Tristan's dad surprised him by flying out here for that farewell run. So he's hanging out with his dad right now, but he will be back later. I talked to him. That is so insane to do a first run of the season on basically track record ice. especially when you're not mentally and physically training for luge. But luckily, he had enough experience where he was able to get to the bottom. And I thought he looked pretty good, but definitely took a couple curves to get back into it for him.
Well, I was with Sam Edney up here at the top and one of his teammates, and we saw him trying to drive, I believe it was into curve 9. And it was like, the sled isn't responding. It's not doing what he needed to do. So I'm also glad that they made it down. And they did look great. This ice is so fast. So yeah, what did he say about it? Was he nervous or?
Yeah, luckily he has a lot of training on this track, so this is a track that he can probably do in his sleep. However, you don't know how that sled's going to react on this ice. At the beginning of the season, you're typically setting up your sled in every run. You start out safe. Not these guys. They just went for it on their sled that they were using for the Olympics, and here we go. Track record ice. Let's go for a track record.
I think it's easy to talk about. Like, I wish people at home could really understand how that feels to be on like ice like this when you haven't slid in a while, and it can be kind of scary. And I think, unfortunately, when you're good at luge, you make it look really easy. So I was just impressed that they just laid it down.
I mean, I took the last 3 weeks off and just came here, slid for a couple days, and that first run, I was definitely nervous. And I slid, 3 weeks ago, not a year ago. And I kind of knew how my equipment was going to feel, and it's still a nerve-wracking experience, even for experienced athletes. But I have to know, how awesome was that to see the entire crowd just surrounding them at the very end and basically celebrating an amazing career for them?
I'm glad you asked that question, because right now at the finish dock it's a little vacant, and that's kind of what it was like before. It's what it's like before a race starts, but then all of a sudden all these Canadians and everyone just kind of came out of the woodwork, and you just saw this huge family. I mean, we've talked about it takes a village for these athletes, but we just saw all these redcoats, all these Canadians here just to welcome them from their retirement run. So it's special. It's really cool. There were some members of the jury that were a little emotional about it, which I could imagine, because a lot of these volunteers here are parents and people who've supported and woken up how many seasons in the middle of the night to watch them slide. So to see their final run, it kind of gets you a little bit. So yeah, it was real. I'm glad you noticed that, because it was loud and there was a lot of love and support here for him.
So I need to know, did they pass their red-blue check on the sled? I know that when they hit it, you had a red light and a blue light. So, but did the run count?
Can you imagine? Like, I just think that's so indicative of sliding and luge. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back all the time, and to come off.
Well, was it Carolyn Maxwell's mom who disqualified her?
Yeah, right. Right.
Had to disqualify her daughter.
Her own daughter. I know, and to think like that blue light you only get maybe a few times a career. So I just thought it was so perfect that they came off the track. And
that was amazing. It's one of those little, those inside jokes that within the sport you're like, wow, that was perfect. Where other people are like, okay, what happens with those lights? Where like on the inside, I'm like, that is the way to end your career. You hit the the control button, and it's like, I got everything, of course.
Really incredible. Okay, well, we have one more interview. Someone very special here, and I love this, BC Luge. I mean, one of the newer programs amidst the whole luge world, right? But it's super cool just to have so much support here at Whistler. But Mark Hatton, tell us exactly what you do. Tell us what it's like to be back here in Whistler.
Oh, it's wonderful. BC Luge, we're the organization that we get kids on sleds at a young age, and we get them through. And I came out here in 2007 when this track was being built, and you knew straight away that this was going to be a track that was going to produce future Olympians, and it has. As we've seen over the last couple of days, we've had some fantastic performances from our home athletes, and all those home athletes have come through our Whistler programs, starting at the age of 8 up to 14, and then work their way through the junior teams onto World Cup and Olympics.
It really is so cool to see, because it takes years before someone gets in to be able to be at this level. So recruitment is such a big part of sliding and all the sports. So to have this facility here, it's so well built, and to know you were here watching, what were you thinking when it was all getting put together and the plans and everything?
I just knew that North America, sadly we've lost Calgary, but at the time it was that missing link in the 4 North American tracks, where we could really, as North American luge nations, compete against the European tracks with the amount of variety, you know. But over here, we run Learn to Luge sessions as well for these young athletes. We've actually got one coming up next weekend. Do you like how I slipped that into the conversation?
That was perfect. So give us all the details so everyone watching so they know where to be.
Right, ages 8 to 14. If you like what you've seen, we have a Learn to Luge session next weekend. I would love to tell you what time it is from memory, and it's not even on my piece of paper. But on Saturday, December the 17th, we will have a Learn to Luge session for ages 8 to 14. The way you're going to get involved is you're either going to go to guest services, which is the building just as you come into the track on the right, or you're going to go to whistlerslidingcenter.com.
That was, you practiced that. That was really good. That was
off the cuff.
Yeah, that was good delivery. So I remember when I came to try out for these things, you tell them what they need to wear or how do they, because this can be kind of intimidating.
Exactly. You want to dress up warm, but you don't want loose, baggy clothing because the clothing all fills up with air as you're going down and you can't see. Your jacket's kind of up there and you can't see a thing. So it's important to bring a ski helmet, bring gloves, and just enjoy it. You know, this luge is one of those wonderful sports where, you know, if you play soccer, you've probably got someone who's a great coach, but you probably don't have someone that's played at the World Cup coaching 8 to 14-year-olds. Within the luge program, the two coaches, myself and Peter Iliev, we have 4 Olympic appearances between us, and we're coaching the 8 to 14-year-olds. You know, there's not many sports where you get that kind of experience coaching beginners.
That's a really good point. That's it. When you put it in perspective of soccer or baseball or other sports, it's totally different because it really is kind of a luge family. There's only so many of us that do this, and the expertise to get from you just to be at the Olympic level is really just so helpful.
Absolutely, and you know, it shows the kids it can be done. You know, I mean, Whistler's kind of a unique town because you can't. There's a 50-50 chance if a barista's pouring your coffee, they've been to the Olympics in Whistler. You know, you can't walk through Whistler without tripping over an Olympian. But for the kids to be coached by Olympians, they just see, okay, well, if they can do it, I can do it.
Which is the whole thing. It's half the battle. And as when kids get in that age, I remember, I mean, this is bringing me back a little bit to when I was 10 years old, and people were just like, so can you go to the Olympics with this? And I'm from California, which is nowhere near
luge hotbed. Brian Martin was a Californian, wasn't he?
Right, yeah, he was my teammate. Yeah, there's so many lugers from California. It's incredible out there. But when you get involved, you're doing it just because it's fun and it's different, but you don't really think like, oh, can I actually go to the Olympics? But the truth is you absolutely can. Proof. Everybody here that got involved was just doing it just for fun. So anyone that wants to come try out, it's super cool. Bring your friends, bring your parents, and just to have a chance to go down one of the fastest tracks in the world.
Absolutely. And if you want to keep funding these young athletes, we have a beer and hot dog stand just down by Curve 14. Go and get yourself a drink today if you're on venue. Get yourself a hot dog. Every piece of money you spend at that hot dog stand is going to go back to our young athletes and get them to the podium in the Olympics.
That was also a good plug. Really quick, how did you get involved? Do you remember when you first slid?
Yeah, I first slid in Eagles in 1994. That's a long time ago. Yeah, and just, I don't know, that first run, you know, it's one of those things you never get that feeling back because there's all that mystery around what is this going to feel like? And you get on the sled and you're going so fast, you're so close to the ice, and then you know what it's like. But it's that anticipation you get between your first ever run on a luge sled is just incredible. You will never replicate that feeling. And I'm so jealous of these kids that get to come out here and slide down the track and experience that discovery moment of, oh my goodness, this is going to be my life.
Right. It's like you come off and I feel like my first time it felt like a ice bucket shower where you're just like, whoa.
Yeah. And it's like washing your face with cold water in the morning. It's like, boom, I'm awake. This is amazing.
It wakes you up, and you also, your mind just gets used to adrenaline, and I don't know, it's super fun. Anyway, you can obviously tell we loved our first experiences, so that means you're going to love it. So again, the dates are December 18th.
December 17th for Luge. We are also running a Discover Skeleton session for ages 14 plus on Sunday, December the 8th. But I really hope we get to fill up that Discover Luge session on December 17th. They're funded by EBERSPÄCHER, which is one of the funding bodies in British Columbia. They do a great job getting athletes into sport, and they really help us out here.
Incredible. Well, guys, come and check it out. If you want to get involved with any of this and you want to slide, get to know it, then come out for that weekend. Skeleton as well. We've got something for everybody.
Exactly. Absolutely. If you're over 14, there's still skeleton. It's not luge. It's almost as good.
It's almost just as good. Well, thank you so much for joining us. If you want any more info, you can check it out online. But guys, we have your highlights for you. I mentioned we had highlights earlier, but I was lying. I was seeing if you're paying attention. Now we have our highlights for men's and women's, and we're going to have more action after that coming at you. So sit still and stay tuned for the rest of our runs.
Luge World Cup here in Whistler. We've got women's racing coming up in just a little bit. doubles action coming up in just a couple of minutes. Just got time, smoky, and a drink of concessions now.
Thomas, you were good.
You've got a little starts as well. You can see Luge just struggling to get her hands in the sled there, but she goes very late to hold 50-50, but showing all that experience has made her such a great single slayer.
Yeah. cannot see the camera. Can you stay in front? Can you see our presenter?
Can you hear me, Chris?
CBC can't see the
CBC can't see me, John says.
No, that's not on the live streaming. That's
He says that we're on now.
But they can't see it.
He says they can't see it still. Okay, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Okay, good. So our presenter will turn around. Ladies, come in here. You see our Canadian athletes? You see our Canadian athletes? Okay, we're going to do it right now, okay?
On this side.
Okay.
Because I can't hear out of this ear, but I can hear out of this ear. Okay. Caitlin Nash, Natalie Cole. Yes. Thank you so much. I don't know what I'm going to ask, but we're just going to ask a few questions. Okay. Caitlin Nash, Natalie Corliss, oh my gosh, welcome to the EBERSPÄCHER World Cup Tour. How did this race go for you guys?
It went really well. We laid down everything we had on the track today, and unfortunately we fell short of the podium, but we're happy with our runs, and we really did everything we could. So.
And how did it feel on the bottom side? I mean, I know you get to see everything, but how was it on the bottom?
For me, it was great. You know, we had very minimal training this year. We had a bit of a late start to the season, and so I'm really proud of the runs that we were able to put down still. And so I think we had a lot of fun despite where we ended up.
So cool. So how long have you guys been on a double sled together? Because I know a lot of viewers, they don't know that you go from singles onto a double sled. So how long have you guys been a team for?
We've been a team for almost 4 years now. We started when we were really young, before women's doubles was even a discipline. We hopped on a sled that wasn't even standardized yet, and then women's doubles started coming onto the circuit, and we were already involved and invested, and we decided to run with it, and it's been going well for us.
Incredible. And what does it feel like to race in front of a home crowd? It doesn't happen very often with athletes from North America, but what does it feel like for you guys?
It's amazing. You know, it's been a long time since we've got to race in front of friends and family, and having everyone here cheering us on is really an amazing, amazing feeling.
Okay, and how are you feeling heading into Park City next week?
We're feeling good. I think we're feeling confident coming off of our singles results here, and as well as our doubles result, and we're looking to build on our result today, and then hopefully aim for a podium finish in Park City.
Okay, and then last question, I have to know, how are you able to do singles and doubles? Doing singles and doubles, the time commitment, how are you able to do both?
I think it was challenging for us in the beginning to manage that and manage the differences between the two disciplines, but we've gotten a lot older now and we have some more experience, and I think we're able to handle the switch between the two a lot better.
I know it's a hard thing to do. Do you feel the same?
I do. You know, it's a bit tough going back and forth all the time. Like day to day, we could be doing doubles and singles, going back and forth 3 times. But you know, it just more experience gets you better, and so we're learning every day. And yeah, you know, it's a work in progress.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your race, and we'll see you guys next week in Park City.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Cool. So now we got to get ready for school. She's going to be there.
So
How about that? Big
I'll
upset.
start the show. Can you
Facilitate people. Absolutely. We got to wait for the national anthem soon.
Oh, you're right.
I still got some. Big feet on the
My feet? Get your feet out of there.
Because they're on top of me. They were doing an interview, so I couldn't get through.
Hi, yes.
They were good.
Austria. And your gold medalist in this EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup women's doubles. Of Italy, Andrea Butter and Marion Oberhofer. Ladies and gentlemen, please be outstanding and remove your hats for the national anthem of Italy. Just about an hour, we have the wacky races. That is the Luge team relay. This is non-stop action, start to finish. You are not going to want to miss this. Some incredibly competitive teams racing. So go get yourself a hot drink, or possibly a cold drink. Get yourself
Welcome back to our FIL studio. A lot of fun racing today for the doubles competition. Germany came out on top for the men, and then Italy came out on top for the women. The first medal for the Italians this year, and so fun that it's in women's doubles. I mean, just to have it be first time on the circuit. So hopefully we'll be able to grab some interviews once they're done with these other interviews, because now they're famous and now people want a piece of them. But it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun to watch. And actually, Whistler, I feel like the weather just cleared up perfectly. It started snowing, started to be a little intense, but now it's just totally clear skies. And I know we saw a little bit of carnage with the women's race. We saw one of the American teams hit pretty hard after the finish. And then we saw a little bit of a shuffle within the first people, within the medal. My brain is a little scattered right now. I'm trying to remember who was who, because there were so many different sleds in so many different countries. So we've got Italy up here. Here they are right here. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Okay, here, I'm going to put you on this side.
Okay.
Oberhofer, I'm going to put you on this side as well. Okay. Can I put my arm around you? Is this okay? Okay. What a big race. This is our first medal in women's doubles. First thoughts, how does it feel?
It feels amazing. Amazing at all.
Yeah, I don't have some words. It's crazy.
Coming into today, did you think that this would be possible, or were you thinking just 2 clean runs and we'll see how it goes?
I don't know. The training was really tough. We had a lot of problems in the track, and yeah, the race was going really good, and I'm super happy that's going at the first place.
I love it. So last week we started out this week here in Whistler, and next week we're going to Park City. Have you been to Park City before on a double sled?
No.
On the double sled not, but in the singles with the juniors, and I learned there a lot, and I'm excited.
Cool.
Me too.
Same. Do you guys feel that you are better on driving tracks or speed tracks? I know Eagles is the home track. It's more of a speed track. You had some hard drives here. What do you guys feel?
I don't know. It's everything new for us, so I don't know what the right answer.
That's fair. And I need to know, with all the women's doubles teams, they're also sliding singles, you guys as well. Who had to convince who to jump on a double sled? Whose idea was it?
My idea.
What was the conversation to be like, hey, Marianne, jump in with me?
Yeah, Marianne is a small girl and I need a small girl, and then I asked her.
And was it an easy yes, or were you hesitant?
We tried it in Eagles after the season last year, and then I said it's very funny and we are not only friends, so it's cool, yeah.
Well, cool. Well, congratulations on your first medal. I'm sure first of many. You guys are a force to be reckoned with on the track. So next week we'll see you in Park City. You'll do really well. Don't be nervous. We'll tell you all the secret lines, so it'll be great. But congratulations. Yeah, we got you. Thank you, guys. I can't imagine what that would feel like to win your first gold medal on the World Cup Tour. It just is so exciting, especially in the women's discipline. We'll see who's coming up next. Are you going to jump in with me? Come here, Rhiannon. Come on, girls. Just join me on this side. You can come right here. Okay, we have our American team, Rhiannon Weiler and Maya Chan. You guys, I'm just so impressed that you are standing next to me, because if I took a hit like that, I would be sobbing in the team truck and I would not want to be out here. So first, tell us how the runs went. Tell us how the first run went, and then we can dive into the second run.
First run was a little bit rough. We had some issues, especially down 15, 16. We hit before 16, huge skid there. So after that, we went back, watched the run, and our second run was better. Even though we did crash at the finish, that was probably, up until that point, it was the best run we've had all week. So we just needed a couple more days, I think, but...
Well, it's so hard coming to a new track, right? It's like, well, first, you guys have been here before, or is this your first time?
We were here for about a week, like 5 years ago, I believe, and went from probably entrance of Curve 11. So
practically the first time being on this track. It felt like the first time. So when you're coming down this track, was it hard to get used to the speed? Was it scary at all, or it was fun?
Yeah, it was definitely a big difference, especially coming from Eagles. It was a big change, a lot to get used to again. Yeah, I think we were definitely our runs got a lot better over the few training sessions that we had. I think we can still get better. We're excited for next time, for sure.
Well, that's what's so frustrating and beautiful about the sport, is that you only get 6 runs to figure out a track when you first come here. So that's why I think it just takes so many years to get good at this. But that's why I'm so impressed that you guys just show up. Okay, so that last run, I was a little stressed towards the end, just because I've hit there as well, and it hurts really bad. So we were really high on the beginning of 16. We just hit woods, and you're here to live to tell the tale. What did that feel like?
Yeah, that was definitely stressful. Honestly, that was the first time I think we've made it all the way to 16 with like a clean run. So we were kind of a little unprepared, hadn't really gotten that far yet, but I think we got really lucky with what ended up happening, and thankfully neither of us are hurt like bad anyways, but yeah.
Progress. We go curve by curve. You know what I mean? We'll take what we can get. Can we just come in? We need to show the carnage.
Yeah, I really started bleeding also.
This is the truth of sliding. Yeah, tell us what's under here.
So I have these pieces of hard plastic that they're like melted down and then molded to my arm. So I actually just got these this week for Whistler, but they're like super hard and makes it not hurt so bad when we hit walls.
This is the beauty of winter sports versus summer sports. Summer sports are like, how fast can you do this? And winter sports are survive.
Yeah, exactly. Can you survive making it down? That's pretty much it.
Definitely in survival mode for these past few runs, but...
Okay, well, I just need to tell you my experiences from long ago. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed that you guys finish those runs. This track can be very intimidating, especially I can't imagine doing this on a double sled. So I just want you to know you have utmost respect from me, and I will forever just hold, like, I know how bad that hurts. Anyways, I love your glitter as well. Thank you so much. Congratulations on today. We'll see you guys in Park City, which I know you guys are feeling a lot more confident about.
Definitely, yeah, we're excited about that one, so looking forward to it.
Okay, great. We'll see you guys next week. Thank you so much. I'm just, I could talk about this for some time on how bad it hurts to hit walls. And those girls just really took it. And I know, Chris, I can hear you in the booth a little bit. Can you give a little insight on the pain of what that would feel like in a double sled?
Oh man, both Tristan and I were talking about that. We saw that crash, and we were really hoping that they were okay. And I'm so thankful that, yes, they put on some body armor, which you could see under the suit there. But a hit like that, it's not just the actual hit to the arm. You're a double sled, right? So it's the weight of two people plus a 60-pound sled that's going into the wall so hard that they're actually catching air. Just think about all of that force, and it rocks your world, your neck, your back. Like, it can knock the wind out of you. So I was so glad to see both Maya, Rhiannon walking after that. There was even some smiles, which is confusing to me because typically you don't smile after something like that. But that just shows that they are troopers. They don't give up, even when it hurts. And it's so impressive seeing that. And it was awesome. Like, that interview just did was really amazing, Kate.
I for sure thought something on their sled was broken. I thought, because you saw Maya's arm was caught underneath.
Yeah.
I thought something was broke. I mean,
well, the face shield flew off. And so just think about, like, the impact of that. To pop a face shield off it's pretty powerful. So, I mean, right, this track, yes, it's the fastest in the world. And when things are correct, it's so nice. It's this amazing feeling. But the second you get off going 70, 80 miles an hour, big consequences, which we've been saying all day. And right there you see just a little bit too high, and then you come down, hit the inside wall, and again, so thankful that everyone's okay. They finished the run. Yeah, it just shows you how quick things can go off. But it also, Kate, coming up for the team competition, what I noticed a lot was people are not confident out of curve 16. And with the touchpad being so high up the outrun, every person coming down on the team has to have a good exit because it's even higher than the finish line. So now you're going to see speed slow down even more. And also there's the opportunity that when you're going sideways, it's really hard to hit the touchpad. So, guys, this team relay is going to be very exciting in my opinion.
We are going to dive into the team relay. I'm also really excited about it. We'll talk about it before we get there. But before, we have excuse me, my face is so cold, I can't talk. Our silver medalist from today, Selena Egla. Where's your bottom woman? What, is she okay?
Yeah, she's at the toping control. So she's coming soon, I think.
Okay, great. Well, this is our top woman, Selena Egla. You took the win last week in Eagles. You come up with silver today. How was your race today?
It was nerve-wracking. It was amazing that we have such a good speed. Yeah, the whole week was really, really rough. My whole body hurts. So I'm just really glad that the race was so good and that we finished with a second place. It's such an amazing feeling.
Sometimes in this sport, it's about survival instead of just going fast. And I think with this new discipline, there's such a learning curve that comes with switching sleds. It's not very easy, right? So how has the transition been for you to do singles and doubles?
It was really, really hard this week. I was like, just not give up, just keep going, and I kept going, and yeah, I have a
incredible
on my neck. So yeah, it's the change between singles and doubles is really, really hard, especially in a new track. And also we had some really bad runs and almost not a good run. So I was really, really glad that we did it.
Well, I'm so impressed. I've been talking a lot about women's doubles and how hard it is to do. So I could talk about it for a long time so viewers know how difficult it is. But congratulations on today. There's a lot of viewership in Germany and in Europe. Is there anything you would like to say in German to everyone watching?
Yeah, I love you guys. Thank you for cheering for us. And yeah. Yeah.
Also in English. You can also speak German if you'd like to.
Okay, danke an daheim, danke für die Unterstützung. Ja, ohne euch wäre das einfach nicht möglich.
Incredible. Thank you so much. We'll see you in Park City. Are you excited for Park City really quick?
Yeah. I hope it doesn't hurt so much than Whistler, but we will get. I'm excited.
Okay, incredible. We're excited to see you there. Congratulations. First last week, second this week. We're going to see a lot of big stuff out of Selena this season. So anyways, congratulations. Thanks for spending time with us. We'll see you next week in Park City.
See ya.
Good luck. All right, there you guys have it with our doubles athletes. I just appreciate the honesty that they're giving us of like, I survived and this is painful and there's a lot going on. And Chris, you're used to doing doubles and singles. What is that like? I mean, I know it's exhausting from the outside to watch, but I just can't.
It is exhausting, right? Like I wanted to ask the same exact question to Selena, where it's like, hey, do you think doing singles and doubles actually helped you this week? Right? You do get more runs, which is nice because it gives you more opportunities to figure out parts of the track. However, a single sled drive's totally different than a double sled, especially if you're the top man or the top woman on the sled, because all of a sudden you're not driving the sled like a single sled. You're using more of your weight. You're really shifting everything. You're using your hands. You're fighting with your feet. So it's this totally new dynamic that you're trying to experience. And to switch from one to the other every other run is pretty mentally exhausting. Plus, we've heard like, hey, this hurts sometimes. Yes, because the learning curve in luge is a little painful because it does involve hitting walls. It does involve crashing, unfortunately. But that's what makes making it to the bottom with 2 clean runs in the race completely worth it. And yeah, physically it's demanding, mentally it's demanding. And from personal experience, it's not the first couple races of the season. It's when you start getting to the end of the season where it really starts catching up with you. So I hope that everyone's going to be able to, maintain their health. They're going to slide really well, and they're going to learn because they're just getting into this, which is really exciting. And I think it gives every single women's doubles team a chance for the podium.
Well, I think it really speaks to just the intensity of the sport and how we can't do this forever because it can really just take a toll on our bodies. But with doubles, we've been seeing all the races today, but one special doubles team that we've been able to witness was Walker and Smith, their retirement run. It was a very special moment here at the Whistler Sliding Center. We have footage of it in case you missed it. Here it is. Check it out. Pay our respects to Tristan and Justin. They had a great career.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. This is also their first run of the season. Very impressive. So this is their first run of the season, and talking with Tristan, he's like, yeah, I tried to turn the sled, and it didn't really turn. Same right here. He's trying to drive the sled over, and he's like, oh, no. This isn't working. But this is where, after a couple runs, he just got into the zone. It's amazing to see your very first run of the season on track record ice, and they do really well. Oh, man. They're going so fast at the bottom. It really is such an amazing feeling. So I'm so proud of those guys. And Tristan's dad surprised him. He didn't know he was coming out for this. So that was an awesome shot.
Thanks, everybody. Huh? No, not at all. Not at all. And then I remembered you don't have to drag here, so I can relax throughout the day. Well done. At least someone in this Twitter does it too.
Oh, man, that's so crazy.
Hey, push the control button, please.
Oh. I think that's one of the best parts is them hitting the control pad at the very bottom.
Yeah, boys. That's right. And then I remembered the other stuff that we had last year. You drank it all the way up but it was okay.
Wow, that was awesome. You can see they're trying to turn the sled and just was not turning because it probably was set up for a different track. But all right, and you can just see the emotions and that's one thing about luge. Like, it is emotional because you put so much into this, so much into being able to make it down the track.
A while
and
ago here, eh? That was phenomenal, wasn't it? All right, now let's get the racing going.
Justin, we want to get a photo.
He's retired. He's good.
That was incredible. That was fun to watch. Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was just incredible to see. It's emotional. I love that shot of just that woman supporting. No, jump in this for really quick. Emily Sweeney's here. We just watched the video of Justin and Tristan in their farewell run and how emotional it can be. There were some people that were crying when they came up. But now you're in the doubles discipline.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's a fake exit from them. I think they're coming back. So hold the tears because I wouldn't be surprised if we see them back.
Okay, you heard it here first. Should we put money on that?
No, it's just a feeling.
It's just a vibe. It's just a gut vibe. Well, cool. Well, tell us the race. I mean, I know it was a little rough, but the week's been stressful, singles and doubles. How are you? Chris and I were just talking about how the mental and physical toll that can be. How are you holding up with all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. I mean, Summer and I saw the potential that we had in today's race. So to have a rough second run and move back as we did, that's a bummer. That's why I have my cinnamon roll here to eat my feelings. But overall this week, I mean, we asked a lot of our bodies. I'm so proud of, like, honestly, my body for holding up the way it has. I've had a lot of struggles with my neck strength over the years from my accident. So I'm proud of my body for holding up, and I'm proud of Summer for being able to keep her head in the game for as much as she did. She has another race run in the team relay. So that's 7 race runs over the last 3 days. It's a lot.
Which the mental toll of a training run to a race run, is there a way to describe that?
I mean, at this point, we're just in it. Normally, yes, there's a significant difference between a training run and a race run, but at this point we're so deep into this that we're just sliding and sliding and sliding.
You're in the vortex.
Yes.
You're in the vortex and we're not getting out of it. We do have one, right? We've got more people.
Yeah.
Thanks you
for having me.
Okay, wait, tell us really quick, before you eat all your feelings, what are you feeling about Park City next week?
I'm excited. It's the first back in the U.S. since pre-COVID, so everyone's excited to get back there, and we'll see how we can do.
Is your family following the tour there?
Yes, and my niece and nephew and sister and brother-in-law and brother and future sister-in-law, everyone's coming out, so it's going to be great.
I love it. Okay, well, we're excited. We'll be on American turf, and you're comfortable on that track. You're feeling confident.
Yeah, we actually had training there this fall, so that's exciting. That's nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will see you. Oh, she's holding, this is the cinnamon bun.
Thank you, Kata. Thank you, Kata. We have Chef here this week. She's awesome.
I need to get one of those.
We will see you next week in the Vortex. We will talk about it. At the end of the season, when we're out of the Vortex, we'll talk about then, too.
Perfect.
Congratulations today. We'll see you next week. See you, Emily.
Kate,
Dagen
7
Hot.
runs. Oh, we got someone
Mein
else.
Freundin. We had this incredible interview yesterday, and we need it one more time because you just tell us about this race. How are you feeling about it?
It was pretty exciting. We made it out of 16, both runs pretty good, which is
a big deal.
It is a big deal for us. Yeah, some little problems, but overall we are really happy.
I feel like that exit 16 has been so tough for so many people. Explain why it's hard on a double sled. If you can. If you can't, that's okay.
I mean, it's a tough curve. Like, it's so much pressure in the entrance, and then you have definitely a wave, and you have to just hit the right wave to make it out of 16, and don't hit the wall after. And it's not the easiest thing.
Well, and they extended the finish eye. It used to be right outside of curve 16, but they just decided to make luge even more hard and put it later down. So you have to have a clean exit coming out of 16. Now next week we're going into Park City. Have you been there before? Are you excited?
I've been there in 2018 with the juniors. It was not my best result there, but I like the track, so I'm pretty excited to be there again and to slide there.
Cool. Well, we're excited to have you. You're such an incredible athlete. Thank you for just having your presence on the tour, because it's been so fun to watch women's doubles and do so well. Today, how did we finish? I missed it.
Third. We got third. We were leading after the first heat, and then we got third. But it's okay. The others did better.
That's why the season is long, right? There's so many times to make it back, and last week went well. This week was still on the podium. So we're excited to see you in Park City. Thank you so much, and congratulations today.
Thank you.
Wait, also, is there anything you want to say to all the German fans back home in German?
Thanks for watching, and
You can say in Deutsch.
Danke, dass ihr alle schaut, und ich hoffe, euch bald wiederzusehen in Deutschland in der Woche.
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Tschüss. We've got some young... Okay, BC sliders, come on this side with me.
I love this.
Okay, you guys, you're in the BC program, right? Okay, when did you guys start sliding? Each one?
When I was 8.
Well, I guess we don't know how old you are, so... Because you guys are all really young to me, so how many years have you been sliding?
5 years.
1
year. Fun?
5 years and 2 days longer than her.
Just a little bit of competitiveness.
We love that. How is it sliding on this Whistler track? I feel like this is your home track, you're used to it, but to some people it can be very scary.
Yeah, I feel like it's a great experience that this is our home track, and it's like one of the fastest tracks in the world, and it's just really nice to grow up here.
Yeah, you're really getting prepped for the hard tracks. What about you?
It's fun.
You know, I wish I could have said that when I was sliding. Just like, it's fun. It's just fun. What about you over there?
I like sliding on this track. Most of my friends say it's super fast and scary, but when I started, it wasn't scary to me, and I think it's really fun, and hopefully the Olympics are here in 2030, so we get to compete.
We're keeping our eye on it, right? Put it in your Google Calendar, so when it shows up. How are you, when you guys see these professional luge athletes, do you guys want to be sliding on the World Cup level also?
Yeah.
It looks pretty fun, huh?
Yeah.
Does it look scary at all, the speeds they're going, or no?
Not really.
That's when you know you were made for the sport.
Uh-huh.
You guys found the right sport.
I
feel like you were about to say something, so I want to hear what you're about to say.
Last year, some of us progressed up to lower ladies, which is the start below the women's start. And some of us stopped braking, so we've been going speeds from like 100 to 118.
Okay, can we just take that in for a second? 100 to 118 kilometers an hour. You guys don't even have driver's licenses. You're going fast.
That's faster than the speed limit to get up here. I wish I could drive that fast to Whistler.
This guy's talking about, I know, he said that's faster than the speed limit coming up here. Yeah. That is just crazy. If you could slide every day, would you? Do you love luge that much?
Yeah.
That was a test. You passed. What about you?
I train 7 days a week. 2 days dry land, and then the rest is sliding.
And same or different?
Well, a little different because I have to drive up here, so my parents don't want to drive me every single day, but if I could, I would.
Let's just harness all of that excitement and that passion. We'll put it in a jar, keep it on my shelf. I'm so excited. I'm sure I'll be seeing you guys in just a couple of years up on the circuit. We'll do another interview, and we'll play this interview back, and then we'll remember. Do you guys have sliding this week?
We didn't have it this week because preparation for the World Cup.
It's our fault.
Okay, well, they didn't have it this week, but we'll see you next week on ice. Good luck with your career. Stay safe. I'm very impressed that this is your home track. You guys are going to be incredible athletes. Chris, what are your final thoughts on the doubles team program discipline the whole day?
The whole day, it was so close. Track record ice despite all the snow. Also, I love the fans, especially these kids that have been sliding for 5 years. They're 13 years old. I think Canada, it's a very young program, but today they proved they are ready to make some big steps forward. So my big takeaway, Canada's very young, very competitive, and so is doubles. I think Eagles showed that home track ice really does help, but it's still anybody's game for the overall. Teams are, switching back and forth, and you have to be perfect 2 runs.
2 runs, and that's hard to do. Not even mentioning the 4 runs you have to do at an Olympic event. So tough. But we have one of our favorite events coming up, the relay. It's coming. It's going to start in just about, I believe, 40 minutes. Don't quote me on the time.
35 minutes about.
35 minutes.
Plus or
We're
minus
actually going to be back on in just a little bit of a break.
Okay.
We're going to intro you into the relays because Chris and I love it so much. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about why it's different, why it's important, and also I just think it's one of the best
The
events
best.
to watch.
It is the best in my opinion. Also, you have to apologize to those kids. It's because of us that they couldn't slide this week. I do feel bad, even though I love this track. I'm just so excited that they were upset that we were here, taking away their training times.
Amazing. Well, we are going to be back in a little bit. We're going to send you off. Here's a POV video of Whistler just to whet your appetite, getting ready for the relay. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get ready for the relay, and then we'll be back in just a little bit.
See you guys soon.
Welcome to the men's start in Whistler, the fastest luge track in the world. The light is green and off we go. We are on board with Felix Loch. Here the start phase, and now we enter the main track. And here you have to steer the sled a lot to keep close to the left wall to have a clean entry into the main track section. It is very important to not lose time here and also speed from the start, because the slope of the track down the first corners here is not so high. When we look in the video, we see on the left side the speed already over 70 kph, and in the middle we see the steering. And when you pay close attention to the feet, you will see that Felix is constantly steering the sled to keep it in the perfect driving line. Now we have in addition the roll angle on the right side, which is the angle with which the sled is in the banked corners. So it's already up to 90 degrees here when we enter corner 11. And here strong steering is necessary to have a perfect entry in corner 12. And this is corner 13, which is known as 50-50. It was called so by bob drivers because at the Olympic 2010, they only had a chance of 50%, they said, to exit this corner without crashing. But Felix here had a very clean entry, and you also would not want to crash with a luge sled with over 130 kph here. And now into corner 14, and the track now picks really up. We see on the right side the G-force over 4 Gs now in corner 15. And when we go to the fastest section, it is here. We have a top speed of 133 kph. In the race, it will be higher. And also, we enter this last corner 16 here with over 4.2 G, so up to 5 G. And also, very strong steering is necessary in this corner. So you go here with a speed of over 140, which would be illegal in most countries in the world, on roads, by the way. And you have to guide the sled very precisely to have a clean exit of this corner. And since the finish is only here, so it's quite a bit from the end of corner 16 to the finish line, it's very important to have a good exit to gather the last thousandths of a second. And now we are in the finish. This was the drive from Felix Loch in Whistler. Was a very good ride, and we just saw that he started to sit up and brake the sled with still over 100 kph of speed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our FIL Studio Live. It's been quite the weekend. You guys have watched a lot of runs, a lot of sliding, but it's all been culminating for this final event, the relay race. It's my favorite, and I think it's just about everybody's favorite. I wish we could just have this every weekend because it's so much fun. If you haven't seen it before, essentially it's the best woman, the best man, and the best doubles team, and it's a running clock as they all go down the track one by one. So it gets pretty exciting. They have to hit this pad at the end of it, which opens up the gate. So anyways, it's a total different format, and we love to see it as athletes, and I'm sure you're gonna love to see it too as viewers. But before we get to it, we're gonna break down the whole competition with Chris Mazder in the booth. But before we get there, next week is gonna be our third stop on the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup Tour, and it's gonna be in Park City, Utah. We're just continuing this North American circuit. It's a big deal because we haven't been here for a couple years. COVID kind of messed everything up. So a lot of these athletes haven't been on these tracks as we've seen here in Whistler, and it'll be the same in Park City. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and that'll close us out before Christmas, and then we'll meet you guys after Christmas in Europe. Now, one more thing we got to tell you. In 2025, we are hosting the Luge World Championships here in Whistler. This is a massive deal because most of the World Championships happen in Europe. So there's a huge home track advantage for the European athletes, but in 2025, it's going to be here for the Canadians and the North Americans. So put it in your calendar. I know it's a couple years out, but we have to prep you now because it is such a big deal to have World Championships here on North American soil. Now, luge is always fascinating. There's so many pieces to it. There's so many finite details and numbers, and it's almost like we're racing cars. These sleds are such high-tech objects, I guess you could say. It takes months to build these sleds. Someone that's going to tell us a little bit more about it, Julian von Schleinitz. He works with BMW, so he has the full breakdown on these sleds. Here's a little blip about him in a luge sled.
Luge and Formula One. Apart from very brave athletes and fast speeds, Luge has a lot in common with Formula One. And one similarity are the devices that are used for data measurement. Here we have a sled equipped with the latest motorsport measurement devices to capture the driving line of the athlete, to capture accelerations and to capture the speed. And then we can use a laptop and see here the data that was produced by the sled. And this helps the athletes to analyze their run even further and to set up the sled even better.
Thank you so much, Julian. We'll see a little bit more of him throughout the season on this FIL Studio. He's a wealth of knowledge on the analytics of sliding and these tracks and all of just the numbers on the G-forces that we're feeling, because I feel like when we're watching sliding, we're not really getting the full picture of what athletes are feeling and how these sleds and these tracks really work. So Julian, we'll see you coming up in the next few races. Thank you so much for all that info. Now, let's move on to arguably the best event in the Olympics. It recently debuted, I believe, in 2014. That's the first time it was a medal event in the Olympics, adding a medal opportunity for luge athletes. And now we get to see it on the second stop. The first time we're seeing it this season for the 2022 and 2023 season. Mazder, are you here with me?
I am here, and I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, incredible. Tell us why the relay is so fun. Break it down in layman's terms so people understand what they're going to be watching.
So what makes this so fun is it really is a team event where the people doing singles, they don't really get to share their success and failures, their journey with someone else. But today that changes because the team relay requires 3 solid runs to get on the podium. And what makes it exciting for the spectators is it's 2, sometimes 3 minutes long where people are kind of holding their breath. There's a lot more chance of something happening, which then can mix up any of the teams. We've seen some of the best teams have 2 perfect runs. They're in the lead by half a second, and then something happens to the doubles. What's especially interesting is curve 16. I haven't seen a lot of sleds come out of that curve clean. Previously, the finish line is a lot shorter than where the touchpad is, so they don't lose a lot of time. But here in the team competition, they absolutely will. So it adds another element of stress where athletes typically aren't too worried about making it out of 16, but today they have to be. Because if you don't come out with this straight line, you're going to lose a lot of time for your team. And that is the worst feeling when you let your team down. So you're going to see here in Whistler, curve 16 being, I think, the deciding factor in this race.
It's also interesting when you try and reach for the hanging pad when you're hitting walls, and it's like hitting a moving target, and then you feel like an idiot because the target's not actually moving. When you come up on the sled and you put your hands up, but if you have a nasty exit, anyways, has that happened to you, Chris?
So I haven't really had that experience. I haven't missed a pad, but I have seen it happen where athletes come out, they hit a wall, and next thing you know, they're punching for the pad, but because their sled is actually moving, their hand moves, and they'll end up missing the pad, which is an instant disqualification, and the team does not have a result. And it's so hard.
And this is why you're an Olympic silver medalist, because you haven't missed the pad.
There's been moments that are close, but
it gets close. Well, it's sensitive too, right? We've seen races where sometimes they'll nick it and that'll be enough, but sometimes it won't be enough. So it's usually the best way to do it is just get it in a fist and try and hit it in the middle.
As hard as you can. And
so once
this track is actually, it's so fast at the bottom. I know from experience that this relay pad actually kind of hurts sometimes if you hit it too hard, where at some tracks you're going pretty slow when you hit the pad and it's no problem, but you're moving when you hit this pad, so you better make a solid fist.
It has to be solid. So walk us through, once you hit the pad, the gate opens up. Is there any technique to making this faster? What are athletes thinking to be most efficient once the gate opens?
So that is another really fun element of this race that we don't have in our normal competitions. It's a reaction start. So the athlete has to push back and get into position to pull off. And it's really hard to train for that because you don't know when that pad's going to go off. So athletes, I think there's like a couple hundredth difference between them. And that sometimes can be the make or break of the competition, is that reaction. So you need lightning fast reflexes. You got to be like a cat, quick, nimble. And once that gate opens, you just have to go.
Quick, nimble, but it also gets complicated for the double sled, right? Because those straps, I don't know if you mentioned the straps during your broadcast, but for the doubles guys, the bottom man is holding onto the straps, but he can't. Can he see the gate open, or how does the double man react?
No, so that's a huge part of it. Where the doubles guys, it really is this team effort where the back guy can't see the gate open. He can hear it, so he has to wait to go off of sound. Where it really is this communication piece where sometimes the back driver is almost waiting for the front driver to pull off. But it's this really big coordinated effort. And we've seen that kind of miscue happen where a top driver will kind of flinch and the back driver will pull like all the way through, and they'll end up hitting the gate, which is also an instant disqualification. You can't touch the gate before it opens. And we have seen that in the past, even with some of the best athletes.
So we're seeing a lot of moving parts going on with this race. Now really quick, Chris, I'll leave you with this question. So we saw Felix win the men's. We saw Agla win. So Germany was in men's, Austria was in women's, and then men's doubles was Germany, and then Italy. So we've got a little smattering of countries. Who do you think will come out on top for this relay?
You can't count out any team here because of the elements of the start, the reaction, the exit curve 16. I think Austria, they are the favorites. I think they have performed really well up to this point this season. So I think they're the team to beat, but it could be anybody right now.
It's going to be anyone. And also, I feel like Latvia always is just good at the relay. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's just.
But the race is coming up in like 30 seconds, so please shift over.
Oh, quick. I'm sorry. I went long. Okay, everyone switch to the other feed. Okay, good luck, Chris. Have
awesome.
fun.
See you later, guys.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes. Will you guys be in our interview? I'll do you guys. Here, why don't we step back a little bit? Okay.
Wo ist denn der Felix? Unser Bleipanzer ja hinten dran.
That was such a fun relay race. Germany, I know you're used to winning. You're used to being on top. How did that race feel? We'll start with Julia. How did that run feel for you?
Yeah, I really like the team relay. It's a pleasure to try to slide down here with the boys, and I had a really good run, and so I'm happy with this.
What about the doubles team? How did it feel like?
For us, was first reaction start this summer or this year, and
the time goes down, and I expected to push back at 1 minute and 19 seconds, but at 1 minute 14 this time counter stops. And then I thought, fuck, I was counting 6, 7, 8. And then I thought, okay, go back. And then started to run again. I saw, shit, I was 2 seconds too early, right? And then when you are there in the back, you start to shake, and it was crazy. But I think we made a almost good run, and we can be happy with that.
Yeah, how do you coordinate as a doubles team? Like, Sasha, when do you know to pull? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, at Team Relay it's easy because I listen to the start gate, and you hear something like, and then hopefully the gate is open. Today the challenging was exit of 16 in our main race. We had the trouble in the second run there, and we said, okay, we have to fix this in Team Relay. And we tried, and he said at the start, Sasha, in exit, please help me and push as hard as you can, okay? Yeah, and so we did this like that, and yeah, it works.
Is it fun to be in a more team atmosphere, or do you prefer just race in your discipline? Anyone can answer this.
I think the best is if you reach the team relay, your single race was amazing. So it's always nice to be in a team.
That's a good point. So how does Germany choose? Is it the fastest from each discipline, or fastest single run, or best place?
Best place.
Best place. Okay, cool. Well, congratulations. We're used to hearing the national anthem. I'm sure we will hear it many more times this season. Are you guys excited for Park City?
Yes, we like it there, and there it's getting more cold, and we like cold, so we will see.
Germany is fast and cold, right? Julia's like, yes. All right, do you love Park City?
Yeah, I love Park City.
What is the best in Park City for you?
The shopping, the outlet center.
The outlets are incredible. They're right. There's outlets at the bottom of the track, so girl, I see you.
In Park City?
I will be in Park City, and I'm sure I will be interviewing you.
Amazing.
You guys are just so fast, so we'll see you, I'm sure, again towards the end of the season. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy to see you, and we'll see you in Park City.
Yes.
Switch up your sled. Get ready for the track. I'm sure you guys will be ready for it. Bye, guys. Well, that was so fun. Guys, are you in the commentary booth? Because that race was tight, and that was exciting. And I feel like the exit of 16, like you said, Chris, you just never know.
You never know. And as you can see, it's kind of chaos. Now the second the race is over, we have to get our sleds to Park City. There's a truck with everyone's sleds leaving in an hour, so it's about to be a little bit of chaos. But what an exciting end to that run. I'm really impressed with the Latvian team. Specifically, this really young team, they challenged Germany. And honestly, the Germans, if you want to pick an all-star lineup, I feel like every athlete almost has like 50 wins, right? Like those are the top in all the disciplines. And here's this younger Latvian team, and they actually gave them a run for their money, which was really cool to see.
Oh, yeah.
How are the Italians doing?
How are the Italians doing?
Yeah, they missed a medal by 2/1000ths of a second. So
brutal.
Brutal.
Over the course of 3 runs, 2/1000ths, it kind of hurts to watch.
It's a dagger in the heart.
The person.
Yeah, I mean, right, because it's someone didn't point their toe or foot enough. They dropped a foot. They looked a little bit. So it's something that you just have to move away from. But wow, such a good race.
Do you think it's the thing that they'll talk about at dinner and be like, whose fault was that?
No, because you don't want to do that to your teammates. A lot of times, like, you'll internalize that. I think every athlete, including the German athletes, can find 2/1000ths of a second in the run. So there's no reason to point fingers at that moment. It's just, it was a coin flip basically at the bottom, and Austria called it correct.
Well, it's been a big weekend of racing. You can see everybody's clearing out. Even Chris, your commentary booth.
The people came in, they're like, we got to go. And I'm like, okay, well, we got the studio. So we're still here.
Yeah, it's fast transitions between these World Cups. But Chris, I'll let you go. Thank you so much for your work this weekend. You did incredible. I'm sure you have to pack your sled. Are you excited for Park City?
Of course. That's home right now. So I'm really excited to go home, see my family, and, yeah, have some good runs on a fun track.
Cool. We're excited to see you. I'll let you go pack your sled. I know you said you have an hour to get ready to let it go. So it's a fast transition from each World Cup to the next. I mean, even the TV trucks have to get down to Park City, and it's pretty much turning into a vacant finish dock here. So they're fast on the track, and then they're also fast to get out of here as well. But everybody, it's been such a fun weekend, especially with this debut of the FIL Studio Live. I hope you've enjoyed it. Reach out to us over YouTube. Let us know what you thought about it. But we will be seeing you next week in Park City. And congratulations to all of the winners, all the gold medalists this weekend. We've had many more stops on the circuit, so we will. My face, it's so cold. We will be back in Park City next week, and we will see you there. And I guess that's it. That's Luge. Happy to have you. We'll see you then.
Thing about being an outdoor sport.